the recording for this. Maybe this is going to be good for VODS channel content. This mug is like the size of my face. Anyway, English. Have you played? No. Until the computer is barely visible. It's good enough for me. Computer is barely visible. Please enter the current time. Why don't you just pull it from my computer? Why make me go through these hoops? You're a video game in the year 2022. Okay. No more heroes? That would work. I own that too, actually. Alright. Settings. The only thing I want to do before we go further is ensure that we have the game on the sound slider. Perfect. And let's make sure that that's working properly. Perfect. I'm going to throw on my headphones, immerse myself. The immersion over here. I like these ambient office noises over here going on. Begin the game. Hey, look, it's my screen on the screen. Recursion. Haha. Begin the game. Never the end is, never the end is, never the end is loading.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Is it me?
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons.
That's what I do.
Orders
and I
came to
also
him
talk
through a
about it.
monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Aw, he's happy.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
Oh no.
Something he would never quite forget.
Stanley.
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
No, I'm going to sharpen a pencil. Why do I hear a keyboard every time I click my mouse? Okay, that's fine, whatever.
All of his co-workers were gone.
No, my door.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh. My phone be vibrating. Minute. The level of service, Sarah, that was FedEx, and they were just like, hey, just call in to confirm the address. It's coming out tomorrow. We're going to make sure it comes out tomorrow. We got you covered. So guaranteed. We got the FedEx guarantee that the package is arriving tomorrow. All right, where's this meeting room? Yeah, that's how they sound. FedEx is from Boston. Hey, I'm Boston over
Stanley came
here.
to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
No, I didn't.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Oh, I can crouch.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed
Okay,
room.
I'm gone.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Wait a second. Oh.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Let it ball up inside you. Take it out passive-aggressively on other coworkers. Resent coworkers for not supporting you more. How to solve a dispute with coworkers. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Number of slides on this slide. Slides, charts, and slides. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please, no more charts. Please, I'm begging. Stop. The boss appreciation minute. On your boss appreciation minute worksheet, circle the top 20 things you love the most about your boss. Fill out in triplicate and return to your boss appreciation. Okay, interpersonal conflict. If you find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee, like yourself, but more inclined towards conflict, unless you're the kind of person who inflicts conflict, why did we hire you? Oh, geez. Where are your dreams for the future? Spring break. Less air. Less air. Less air. What? Tips for not getting fired. Talk less. Do amazing work all the time with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. And we've looped. Okay. What do people want? Things. Happy feelings. Violet James, you are fired. Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. What's hot right now? Profits. Target demographic, teenagers. Stripes, colored in segment. The stock market is somewhere here. And telephone directory. Bi-quarterly post-review. This is really funny. Meeting room, floor 4XX. Meeting schedule. Marketing Monday. Termination Tuesday. I love Termination Tuesdays. We're broke Wednesdays, mergers. And then pranking floors meeting. Legal. Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. RIP Franz. Complete today's unfinished agenda. Write next day's agenda reflects. Okay. Room closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna be a good boy. Ooh. Executive bathroom? Hot. What's on the computer? Nothing? The beige pages.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
How did you know that? I'm smart. What can I say?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I feel like every time it gives me two choices, it doesn't matter what I pick. I feel like a puppet either way.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
There's no way Stanley could know that,
The door
though.
behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Crunch.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
No. Wait.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
Ah, yes, nature
Do you
paintings.
see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development. Through the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. The corridor had been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches 2 doors in a good time. The set of the 2 doors was the very first concrete piece of the design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Filing cabinets. The office. Button sounds. A selection of sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. I like them all. Credits? All the credits? 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 Anybody? Credits? Office computers. Solitaire. Employee database. Total employees in database 604. In office 2. Wait, that means me and someone else? Possibly? Please enter your command disconnect. Chart Pro 2.01. I'm gonna go this way. I don't get it. I'm so confused. The lounge, yeah. Underground. Ah, the escape looks differently in the early versions. Narrator outtakes.
Then he pushed the number 8.
In roughly 3 separate times over 2 years of development. These clips are from early takes and were not used in the final game.
Shoot. Well, try the other one then. Now look closely.
This is so trippy. The freedom ending. Okay. Countdown desk. One of the desks from an early version of the countdown. What? Freedom ending. Monitor room elevators. Well, I got the death ending, right? The Zending. Merged with another part of the game. Zending levers. Zending model. The game is now paused. Escape menu. We had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized what this was supposed to do and were frustrating for everyone. I'm lost also. We ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, May 2012. Broken rooms and the voice of the narrator informing viewers that he is repairing the new version of the Stanley Parable. Recommending to get back to this later? I don't know where to go, though. The game just gave me this, and I was like, okay. This game looks like it goes much deeper than what I found. This place may spoil the game. I advise restarting the game. Hey, if the game brought me here, then I'm gonna let the game take me through. If the game brought me here, then I'm gonna accept it. Narrator emails. They sent the narrator emails. That's so funny. Yeah, this game seems like part of the point is being weird as shit. A bunch of different renditions of my office. Feels like it's kind of the point of the game, yeah, to just be very confusing and weird. Here's an exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other
See, y'all
way
need to stop
beat this
backseating.
game.
See, the game takes
As
you
long
for
as
the
move
ride.
forward, you'll be walking someone else's path.
The game is taking me
Stop
for the
allowing it
ride.
to be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let
I'm not listening to you, lady. I'm not letting you tell me what to do. I'm dead. Loading, though.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm being a good boy this time. Oh, wow. That got to the
Yet
meeting
there was
room
not
so
a single
fast.
person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs
No, he didn't.
to his boss's office.
No, he didn't. He went under the stairs and found this piece of paper. Hold on. Hi, Lonnie. I wrote this in first period and left it in your locker on the way to second. It's what all the cool kids are doing. I've decided. Something art back. Something, here's an idea for something to draw. 2 cats on a motorcycle. And you can see at the bottom, Lonnie did draw 2 cats on a motorcycle. You might not be able to see it. Luckily, I've got a big screen in front of me and I can get real close to it.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive
How is his car
economy,
supposed to get
why
out?
had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason
Does it say
at
who
all?
farted?
None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons.
I thought he loved it.
I may as well enjoy this while I'm still
I thought he
lucid.
loved his job.
So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself. Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley.
I'm gonna wait.
After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been.
Just like always.
My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real.
I'm
Please,
a coffee
just someone
nut.
tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real.
Sure am glad I'm
and
not
what
crazy.
isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
A moment. It's been like 8 years, lady. I have to go. That's the funniest description I've heard for going to dinner. I have to go dress up like I'm going to court and have fancy dinner with my wife.
Stanley decided to go
It's
to the
really
meeting
funny,
room.
dude.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It's really funny. Enjoy dinner, court.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by
Graduates
the
med school
employee
tomorrow.
lounge
Tonight is the
first,
awards banquet.
just
Oh,
to
congrats to
admire
her. That's awesome.
it. Wow. Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I didn't go straight before, and I want to this time.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So, clicking the mouse and hearing the keyboard is still tripping me out, and I'm...
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you.
Someone is chatting,
all this
yeah.
time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, Stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Who is she?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly...
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
That's so mean.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Press O on your keyboard. How long?
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that
I'm
demands nothing
Stanley.
of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing
I pressed
buttons,
OK.
doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button.
I like the noises. Part of me wants to click begin the game again, because fuck this
He's
narrator.
eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
I pressed F. Press everything other than B.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Please press Y to watch
And
TV.
so he began to fantasize about his own job.
Well, that was fucking rude.
First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press Y to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open
Where are the
doors and that he
boys?
could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something
Where are you,
was
the
almost
boys?
too wonderful to behold.
Please press K to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it
It's
with many
slowly
possible
turning
paths
back
and
into my
destinations.
office.
Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Q to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Press R to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Press V to go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I'm going to give the clock until 12. Until the second hand hits 12.
You see? Can he just
Is
not
it too
hear
late
me?
to vote for mid
How can
guy?
I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every
I'll
second
keep
he
it. I'll save
remains
that for the
here,
next
he's
run.
electing to kill himself. How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Press K to question nothing.
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
I do not want to go
upstairs his
downstairs
boss's
again. That was
office.
torture. The never-ending looping rooms.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music. Feeling soothed and rejuvenated.
I do
Stanley
feel
calmly
soothed
walked
and
forward
rejuvenated.
into the opened passageway.
I do feel soothed and rejuvenated.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
Ah, it's funny. Just a bunch of numbers.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Employee observation protocol. If, despite adherence to protocol 2A and protocol 2B, an employee leaves the office during work hours and a system loop has failed, you must terminate. I don't want to read all that. It's too much. It's too much.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
Ah.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Okay. But what if I just push the number 5? I feel like Professor X in this room.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
I kind of want to turn it on. But I don't think it's the right answer for me.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
That's how I feel.
His co-workers gone. How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness.
Aww.
Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
But if I step through the open door, I'm still
Stanley felt the cool
being
breeze
controlled.
upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the
I'm
immense
literally not
possibility of the
controlling
new path
this point.
before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
Stop.
And Stanley was happy.
Are you sure? Where's the gotcha? Oh, achievement unlocked in the corner. Beat the game. I did it!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Oh, surprise.
Hey, thanks, narrator. Way to save us some time. It's exactly how I was feeling, too. I'm like, oh, I hope this doesn't take too long. Yada, yada, yada.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life. Their true nature
104
revealed.
was fired.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
All the 400s are still employed, though. Nice.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he
I wonder
was
who
happy with his
601
boring
is
job?
and what
That
that
his
screen right
emotions had
there
been
is.
manipulated to accept it blindly?
There's only a couple of fired people. It's a very small amount of fired people.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he,
Did he, though?
would dismantle the controls
Did he,
once
though?
and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
No!
In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind.
Oh, no. What is
that?
it?
We have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
Tell me what to do.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground,
What?
swallowing everyone inside, or I let
What?
it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing.
What?
Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But
Stop.
I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh,
I'm
dear
so
me,
panicked.
What's the matter, Stanley?
Nothing matters,
Is it
and
that
I'm
you
so
have no
panicked.
idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
He got so evil in that one. He got so evil in that one.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Still open? No. 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 Oh. Oh. I like this door.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Is this part of the Ultra Deluxe?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure. Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Oh god, how long are we going to be in this elevator?
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
New content.
All right.
The jump circle.
All right, let's see it. The jump circle?
Space. I don't want to use up all my jumps. I want to save a few jumps. If I only get 33 more jumps, I got to savor them. 100 bits and I jump, guys.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else,
The
right?
second I walk through this, no more jumps.
Goodness.
Don't cheer, you're
Another
wasting your money.
elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
PLS
It's
jump.
just elevators and jumping.
I can't!
Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else.
Does it,
Let's
like,
see
load it on
I'm
the
ready for
side of the
whatever it
elevator
is.
I'm not looking at, or am I just getting unlucky?
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Wait a minute.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
I love that he's whispering at me.
Oh, you don't want to see the cool surprise I made for you? Well, fine. Oh, never mind. You're not a dog.
I'm trusting you, narrator. I'm trusting you, dog.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Okay.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh.
I love how it says The Last of Us and it's taped over. Oh my god. It's the Steam page. It's an old Steam page of it, or maybe it's new. I don't know. Indoors Monthly. Shapes. Graphs. Cargo Operations Manual. Good times. The monitors. The doors. Yeah. Yeah. Look at all these memories we got. Yeah. My first dollar. Nominee. Debut game, game innovation, story. $50% off a designer hat, but a small creature owns the other hat. What? loving memory, little Stanley. Who? What?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Buy on Steam. I hate Mondays. The classic choice, up or down. Memory maintenance zone. Okay. Nine.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
New. Move objects. Now move objects, create levels, graphics. Welcome to the levels. Red and blue over there, okay. Never before seen carpet textures. Repeatable carpet textures. I remember. The Serious Room, 2013. I want to see it.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical
Been popping in and
insights
out all
that I can't
marathon.
even imagine
Good to
where I'd
see
have
you
the
overall.
Love you,
Stanley.
buddy. Thanks, man. I appreciate the resub. Good to see you too, dude. Hope you're having a good night. Happy Monster-thon! We got more bad reviews. Oh God. I don't know if I can do this to the narrator. I don't know if I can make him look at more bad reviews.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
Yo, what's up, Synergy? Hey, good to see you too, man.
Like a failure. Like I let these
Now that I got a new
people
job,
down.
I can never catch the
Perhaps
streams.
the Stanley
Oh no, I'm
parable
stuck.
Isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
I don't think I'm supposed to be stuck. I don't think... Okay, good. I don't think I'm supposed to be stuck. I know, right? Good thing I saved my jumps.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
9.8 hours on record.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the
I don't want to
people.
press it.
And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever
I missed
ago?
the jump circle.
Which is why I say... the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so...
I'm sorry, narrator.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait, how do we get out of here? Where did the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would
I
we
too
have
feel
gotten
that
into
way,
the room
guy.
in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere? A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here.
I'm trying, man.
We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just wait here for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Should I wait for him, chat? I want to wait for him. If I push the skip button, surely he will have found the door by then. Right? Like... He deserves a minute. Okay, we give him until the timer of the stream hits 28, 20, 30. Mickey thought to himself, yes, I shall wait for him. Regardless of what my chat tells me, I make my own choices here. It's my stream, for goodness sake. That's as much time as I'm giving him.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it.
Bullshit.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel.
Remember when you blew me up, bro?
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe.
I've streamed for 3 days straight now, going on 4.
There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome.
Stanley.
It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one.
Oh my God.
No singular outcome of events.
I feel bad, but I'm so tired of listening to him.
Oh, shit. Oh, it sucks.
Esper, thank you for the 19 months. He's gone. Oh, shit. Now I miss him. Clock is dead and fallen. Things going on.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit
He's
they project.
mad.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves, they couldn't help but leave a negative review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in
I heard a drop of water. He's getting real there, man.
The end is never the end, 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 is
It's a good sign. That's a good sign back there. Yeah, I know about the go outside achievement. Don't play the game for 5 years or whatever. It's sunlight. Oh, that's so nice. If only I could jump. Get out of here. Oh, cool. I think the best part about the skip button is how long it takes to be able to press it again. Oh. It's like it really took its time popping out on that one. I can't press it again? What if I wanted to skip again? Is this a horror game? It's a mind bender. It's a little bit of a mind bender. Oh. The end is never the end is never the... Yeah.
All of his co-workers will... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
I am!
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Wait, hold on. I got an idea. Oh, it's called primary. How do I rebind this to primary kit? Click. There we go. Perfect. I've got one of those mice that you can unlock the scroll wheel. All right, you guys ready for this? Oh, come on. All right, where's 417? You punk.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Oh, here it is.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Can do. New content.
Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Where is it?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
He's just saying random shit to me and nothing's.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Here's 415. Where's... Oh... No. I like how it has this extra new on it. I don't.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it
I'll never
perfectly
find
well.
416.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace? Its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper, something darker. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
412, 413, come on. Ah!
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
I clicked on the new content door and it wasn't late. It just said new
Baffled that
content.
Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet buffet.
Moisturize.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused. You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. It didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is
It's
of
very
absolutely
interesting.
no
Duh, it is.
significance to the
Thank you for the
story
resub, by the way, dude.
whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Did you guys get the broom closet
Stanley
ending?
was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Okay.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Business strategy. What? What? What kind of business strategy is that? That's really funny. Can you guys hear the narrator humming along?
If I had to pinpoint that business strategy, I would say Panda Express.
It's a really good joke. Oh. I'm still here. Why is there a fan? I am the most expensive boss. It's so absurd. I love it. I love it a lot. Ew. Okay, well.
Here's the door, just go.
What if it's the second player? Well, they don't know what's going on. Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. You know, internet at work all day, so I couldn't watch? You missed out on some good Elden Ring. That's all we did today so far, other than this. Yo, with the gifters too? Putting us at an even 1,600. Let's go. Dude, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Although this passageway had the... But of course, Stanley thought better of it. Nope, still on board with death.
Make sure, if you haven't already, that you fill out the form for the Moistathon care package, too. For the loyalty cards.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Yo, if you're one of those recipients of that gift sub, make sure you throw Moist7 in the chat. Use those emotes. They're good. You got them for a month.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
416, 416.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Where could that possibly be? Where could that possibly be? Yo, Core Cat with the fiber too? Okay, okay. I like to see it. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you, Core Cat. Again, guys, if you're one of those lucky recipients, you know what to do. Do you guys recognize? It looks like there's caution tape. I see yellow stuff on the right. All right.
This mind control facility.
It might be
was
in the
too
corridor of the
horrible
new
to
content
believe it
area,
couldn't be
yeah.
True. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation?
He's so lost. I think a lot of us are. Any of us who haven't seen this game before.
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office.
I did not know that. This game was originally a mod for Half-Life 2. No, I didn't know that.
Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Yeah, okay. Most of the other things did something different when we reapproached them, so I thought that one might too.
All of his Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5. Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
I'm so sad. It was just down the hall.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Yes, sir.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so. Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
What?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
I clicked on that computer and it turned off. Cool. What other input can I give you?
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416. We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again! Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing.
I got the achievement. You can't see it on the
earned it,
screen,
Stanley.
but the art
Nothing
for
could
it.
hold you back. Yes,
The
I'm
art
very
for it
proud
is
of
really
how far
funny.
we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Look at how exciting that little icon is. Oh my god. All right, there's more new content apparently. There's new content.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Investor Showcase.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a
Again.
measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Everything looks so flashy. It's
Calling it the
hilarious.
Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. New mug. Part 1. Time to wake up. Never underestimate coffee. Enjoyer who left their cup by a leather sofa that faces a blurry room. Oh my god. Meeting at 2 p.m. I wish I could see that better. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. Boring section of the chart. Cool red section of the chart. Old busted. New hotness.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts,
that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Very flashy.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
The buttons that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Oh man. Oh man.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Oh my god. Name. Hear yours today.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience.
Let me get into it. 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 I work in an office.
Okay,
I'm a
here we
paper
go. Let's take a
salesman.
deep breath, clear your mind.
All right.
forget
The
who
receptionist
you are,
is
and simply
cute.
become
All
a
right.
person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in... Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on? Jim. See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name, the button says. But no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away. Jim.
I miss it. I miss it. I want my gym button back. I know, I love that it just like phases through the floor.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2. They would appreciate what I've created here.
Little clip art too. What? Button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Oh my god, they've got the arrow going to it. Have you heard Jim in the game? Oh man, I gotta scan that QR code. I need to scan this QR code. I gotta scan this QR code. The StanleyParable2.com. Let's open it up on the computer. Oh, it's just StanleyParable2.com. A sequel, huh? Watch our helpful and informative video to learn more about the Stanley Parable and what the journey of becoming a sequel is all about.
Say there, Timmy. What's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love.
Well,
and we're all
apparently
afraid of change,
1736
which is what
Pacific is
makes
when I saw the
sequels so
news.
popular.
Thank
New
you,
ideas are dangerous
Jim,
to me, and they
for the
can
18
lead
months
to
sub.
early aging. This eager-minded young
In the final
thinker is
version of the
just
stream, it'll say
29
your
years
name.
old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention, and in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable? Watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour. We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off.
Oh my god.
With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place? Well, it's simple. Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, The Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate details of specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by studying the original Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel. In fact, blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer...
This video, Fusion Catalyst, was obtained by following the QR code at the merch stand in the video game. That's how we found this video.
To the teacher at your school, to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to The Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheat at hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all. Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
Oh no. Not Billy. Poor Billy. If you're more of a prequel sort of person, check out the Stanley Parable. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of the exhibit. This is just the regular website. Now in Expo Hall 2. Learn more. Ah, yes. Taste the sequel. Okay, back to gameplay. Back to gameplay. The Stanley Parable 2? There's a clock on this chair. So many choices. I would love to check out the reassurance bucket. Infinite hole. Oh man, there's a lot of cool features.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Nice, I've got a bucket to carry around. Oh man, 10 gift subs and a bucket?
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
Lucky me,
There
dude.
really
Tank,
should
thank you
be
so
an
much for
award
the
if it isn't
10.
already.
Big time appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And a good old classic. 10 toots of the whistle. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Oh. I'm partial to Happy 12th Birthday Step Niece.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is. Actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Oh man, that's so fun. Oh, guys,
You know what, Stanley? I actually think the jump circle.
remember
was a pretty
I
good
left
idea.
I
I'd like
left
to hang on to that for
32.
the sequel.
I left 32 jumps before. Don't want to use them all. I don't want to use them all. Limited number of jumps available. I don't want to waste them. Settings World Championship? Where? Right next to merch?
Jump on it.
All right, I'll do one more jump. Hey, it's the bucket. I'm interested in the infinite hole. Free, new, and easy achievement. It just works. All right. Ugh. Yeah, I have a double. This is sketchy. Pull the lever, receive your achievement, no more steps. It just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
It just works. Color me surprised. I had to try one more time. I wonder why you're allowed to crouch, other than that one time we went into a vent.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
The infinite hole, the collectibles.
Wow! Thank you for the full year of support, buddy.
Yo, Demo! Thanks for the prime. Ooh, fresh big ol' year. Demo, that makes you eligible for the xwater loyalty package. If you're not in the Discord, the link for the claim sheet on that bad boy is in the sub-only channel. If you would like it, you get a pin, you get a card, you get a sticker.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video
It goes for
game.
anybody.
In
Your
the
sub or
Stanley
more.
Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
It's like the Korok seeds, except no poop. Do I still have my reassurance bucket? I can't see it. Yes, I do. Good.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Oh man, you think there's actually 5 more hidden? I don't. 28 jumps left. Don't waste them. No, come on. Settings. Is there like a setting for opening doors? I love how there's a jump setting. That's new. I'm very excited about this infinite hole. It just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Look at your achievements. Okay, let's look at my achievements. Settings World Champion. Set all sliders in the menu to all the available numbers. Nice.
This story of a man named...
That was all the sliders, I think.
This is a...
Do I have to set them all to each? Oh, hold on. Ah, this Settings World Championship. It ain't gonna be easy. Nope. Not doing it. I'm done. I'm over it. You can just slide it. I slid them all. I slid them all. Did the door open? There's nothing in video settings. There's no sliders here. I've done all the audio sliders. I did it! Settings world champion. I got the achievement. It just marked. Open the door. 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 Open the door.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
I love it. Yeah, this game has been great, Silverlink. It's been really fun. Really enjoyable. Funny as hell. And very insightful. All right, let's go jump down the infinite hole. I feel like I know what's going to happen. I feel like I know what's going to happen. You think I can set it right now?
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Let's give it a minute. Let's give it a minute.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
I'm a little disappointed that the hole wasn't infinite. I'm a little disappointed. Every pause button is a 2. Infinite hole chart. Depth, space, more hole, hole, science, infinity, falling. Try again? If only there was a jump circle so I could jump into it. All right, guys. All right, okay. Oh, it's labeled mostly infinite hole now.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yeah. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a... How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes,
I can't
but
get
at
out of
this
it.
depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
No.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
No.
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I guess it is infinite, kind of, then. Huh? Thought that might do something. At least I have my bucket. It's lowering. He put the bucket down. Change your prescription? Or perception?
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine.
I like that one.
Stanley! You're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't.
Am I on
Stanley,
drugs?
Because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
That's so funny. Oh my god. Yo, Sarah, thanks so much for gifting Rex a sub. Enjoy the emotes, Rex. Enjoy them emotes. One of the few places I haven't been, right here.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Nothing over there. All right, I'm leaving. Did the gym button come back? I don't know.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I'm saving my 28 jumps. Okay, I'm not wasting any of my other jumps.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, no.
I love how the epilogue is
Let me do a
hidden.
different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
I love
Who
how
am
the
I
jump
kidding,
circle
Stanley?
is around the hole.
This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. with care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
I gotta reduce the bump viscosity. Wait a minute. Oh, I thought they changed the amount of red when I did that.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company.
It has the balloons!
Where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons.
The skip button, of course.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley...
Oh my god, Jim is here, yeah. The Jim button, we gotta find the Jim button.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him
Get well
instructions,
someday.
call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Let's see if anything happens.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I gotta find the Jim button. The bucket! The bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
The sequel is now paused. Oh, 416 must... Yeah, okay.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I know, I wonder where the hole's gonna be.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it?
The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now.
He really doesn't
It's
like
a
when I'm in the
bucket.
closet.
It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong.
Have I heard of Poppin' Gamer?
This is your companion and lifelong
What's
friend.
a Poppin' Gamer?
You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient?
Don't say that.
That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There. Now
Oh
it's
my
simple.
God.
No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet.
I've got a
with all
sticker
your
on my
meandering
bucket.
Philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things. All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. See? I feel it because the sticker is also a bucket.
Sarah with
You're unsure whether the thing
20
you're holding is a bucket or
gifters?
not. You
Yo.
can look down at this sticker and say to yourself,
Sarah, thank you
it's
so
a
much for a
bucket.
big 20
There really
gift
is a
subs
wide
right there.
variety of
Let's
applications for this sticker.
go. It's not me, it's the bucket. It's bucket content. It brings in the money.
You know what?
Every time I've
I
had a
could take
bucket
the
on stream, I've gotten
name-calling
20
and the
gift
dismissal
subs
of your
every single
kinship
time.
with
It's
the bucket,
crazy.
But now, the broom closet is just giving us a silent
can't blow the
treatment.
whistle too
and
hard.
To be honest, I'm
It's
sick
getting late
of
in the day. My
pettiness on
neighbor's gonna get
display.
mad.
You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Where's the slide whistle? It's in the other room. Polly's playing with it. She's been whistling all afternoon. I really like the sticker of a bucket on my bucket.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
You can go in the bathroom.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows that's right. So, I implore you to savor
Amazing.
each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful
Amazing.
figurines.
Executive bathrooms. I can't read it. I really want to read it though. Bath guy testifies in trial of the century. Extra target. Oh look, Mame Freak with this getting sniped. That's awesome. Enjoy your sub, Mame Freak. Sarah topping it off, rounding it up at 400 right there. Big old toot. Sarah, thank you so much. It's a nice bathroom. I love that we found. Where's the infinite hole? I want to find the infinite hole. Oh, I can't go over there. This won't open. I want to see the picture of the panda with a gun to its head. I want to see the picture of a panda with a gun to its head.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket.
Dang, the bucket's really bringing in the generosity. I gotta get a bucket on stream more often.
Point, Stanley was so
Bobo,
absorbed
thank you
in
so
the
much for
tender
5
spiritual connection
gift
he
subs.
shared with
It's
the
much
bucket,
appreciated.
That he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. $2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley thought they had a long with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
It's hilarious. It's throwing in like bonus alerts with them lately. It's been really funny.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in
No
this
worries,
darkest
Josny. You
moment
have
of
yourself
uncertainty,
a
he
good
would
old
be
night.
Right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
We gotta find the jump
Stanley
circle and the
bucket walked
infinite
straight
hole.
ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
What if I die with
The
the
door
bucket?
behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
It's a long hallway.
But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had... Nope. It's death for Stanley and the bucket. The lights rose.
Dear
on an
friends,
enormous
for
room
only
packed
$4
with
US dollars and
television
99
screens.
cents,
What
you too can
horrible
help fill the
secret
bucket
did
of this
place
poor
hold?
streamer.
Stanley
Donate a
and the
sub
bucket
today.
both wondered to themselves.
Fill it up with subs. That's right. Fill the bucket up with subs. Support your local emotional support
Monitors
bucket.
jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
Everyone in the office was
The
being
bucket details are
videotaped,
too much.
monitored like
The fact that I know that he's re-recorded all of this content to include the bucket. I love that it just targeted someone else whose name starts with X there, Adam. That's so funny. Wow. 2 bucket's feeling pretty full, guys. The bucket's definitely feeling a little more full.
Facilities influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do?
Adam Wamboot, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world.
Oh my god, a gift sub to the bucket?
For the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink
for the
in,
5.
Stanley decided that this machinery would never again
really
exert
appreciate
terrible
it. Bobo with an additional 5. The bucket is.
For he and the bucket would dismantle
that bucket's feeling pretty full. That bucket's looking pretty full.
Stanley and the bucket up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Stanley and the bucket high-fived in a really cool way. Oh, this is ridiculous. Oh my god. Listen, if I didn't have the bucket, I would probably try and turn it on since I have the
bucket. When they came to
bucket.
the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Stanley and the Bucket sounds like a 60s folk band.
Stanley and the bucket waited in
60s folk band. It kind of does. Stanley and he plays a bucket.
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No!
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
And
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Oh my god.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I want them to sell merch that is just an old... Maybe we are the collectibles. Small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. How can you tell you've spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? By employee 416? Red room? Good luck. Esper, 5 bucket subs. Thank you. Trust the completionist instinct. That one was on the toilet. That's the one that was on the toilet. Ideas. What do they want? Stock options, money, our data. Should we make them? How many are there? Can we sell them? Figurine Finders Committee. Oh my god. Near a fireplace, somewhere both red and blue. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. A large room, lots of boxes. Is this some kind of... Wow, they actually... Oh my god, there's actually a list of where they're all hidden. There will be a reward for finding them all. No, there won't. No, there won't.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
I'm not leaving just yet, buddy. I'm not leaving just yet. Oh my god. Thanks for gifting a sub to the bucket, Ashenmore. I believe him.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Oh my god.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And
why is that even a Twitch account?
Occurred to Stanley.
Who?
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket.
Oh, Rav, thanks for filling the bucket. Hey, 1664. Nice. We got a Nintendo number at the end.
But said nothing at all. And that's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong.
No, it says property of Stanley on it.
Come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground.
I lost the bucket.
Oh, gracious.
My bucket is gone.
Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
No.
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
I'm really liking these alternate bucket
This is
endings.
the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like
Oh my
any
God.
other. She arose, got dressed,
Oh my
picked
God.
up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what
didn't
the
have a bucket.
problem was.
He didn't have a bucket.
This man had no bucket.
I knew it.
Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented
He's bucketless.
if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
And she backflipped all the way to work. Jesus Christ, dude.
Who turned up the bumpscosity so
Sorry, hold on. Let's...
high? I like bumpscosity as much as the next person, but 100 is quite a lot, wouldn't you say?
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
Oh
his
my
chest.
God, we've got the bucket sticker subscribing in the chat. If you guys put the stickers I send you in your loyalty packages on the bucket, that would make me so incredibly happy. A large room, lots of boxes.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining...
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Is this gonna be the infinite hole? No. Business strategy. It makes me laugh so hard. It's so funny. It's so this might be the funniest joke in the whole game to me. I don't know why. I don't know why I think it's so funny. The idea of someone holding a gun to, and like the panda look at its eyes. Its eyes are like, I understand that I have to die. And then it just says business strategy. Like, what? A water bottle is a type of bucket, right? I think legally, yes. I would say yes. You guys can hear him, right? The narrator's like humming along and saying stuff very quietly in the background. Sorry, I'm entranced in bucket stuff right now. messed up. I specifically turned up the music so that I could hear what's going on. Oh my god. We're playing a game called The Stanley Parable, and it's like this very fourth wall breaking game about decisions in games. And it just released a sequel, and it has like a lot of fourth wall breaking shit, making fun of that. And so we're essentially replaying the game with our emotional support bucket now. And all of the dialogue is re-recorded to be bucket adjacent, and the endings are all related to the bucket now. It's very good. It's very funny. All right, chat. I'm leaving you guys in the elevator for just a couple minutes. I'm gonna go hang out with Girlwater for a minute, and I'll be back soon.
Dear friends, for only $4.99, you too can fill the bucket of this poor streamer. Donate a sub today. Let's surprise him while he's gone. Jared Trends, for only 4.99 JSD, you can jill the jucket of this Jer Dreamer. Jonah to Jub Jode.
could literally hear you guys filling the bucket with subs from the other room. You goons. So funny. You can. Oh, I love that he's like a little more audible now too. I'm trying to see who it was. Did I catch every bucket sticker? Did Adam give out 5? Probable Strawberry gave out 5. Sarah gave out 5. Protheus gave out 5. Shadow Bear gave out 1. How many? What are we at now? Does that not work? I thought that command worked. I've discovered what people truly want on Twitch, a bucket. It's true. Oh, it's sub goal. I'm a doofus. Dang. Hot diggity dang. I like how I don't even know my own commands.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
He sure did.
The bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Thank you for subscribing for a quarter. Yeah, you got a moist little booty and you have to pull apart and bring again a brisk gas. We just can't stop.
Which way should I go? Hardly constipated. Thanks for the shab. Yeah, I guess I still need to get mind controlled with the bucket, so we'll go this way.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
Have fun with your bucket, Mickey. Thanks, Alicia. Have fun with your sleep. We'll see you around.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It's okay, bucket. I'll hold you forever, bucket. I missed the infinite hole. I really hope we find it and the jump circle sometime soon.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Oh my god. This bucket better not betray me, dude.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content.
What's going on, Neocraz?
Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror.
No!
Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds.
the control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Of course.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable.
They're so silly.
Of all the possible paths his life could have taken,
They're
this
so
one was
silly.
surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
What?
Dear me, where did all the bumpscosity go?
Oh my god.
Quite unnerving in here with all of it gone.
This game, man.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the
TTS
bucket
still
in
go at
his
100
arms
bits?
again,
It
he was
sure
home.
do. It sure do.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, 5,000. I think I actually can fall here.
Good,
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way
Wait,
to the
guys,
top.
wait,
There's something
look.
up there I need you to do.
It's the collectible.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
There's a
He was
door
firmly
right there.
convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Oh my god. I got a $5,000 fine for jumping off that lift, but it's worth it. It's worth it for the Stanley.
No, stop. Look there on
You
the
all
wall.
ready
See,
for a
there's
blast from
sign
the
right
past?
there. It says
Let's do
no
this.
buckets
Here is
past this
today's
point.
shower thought.
Stanley, how
Brought to
could
you by
think it was
ShowerBot.
okay to bring the
For all
bucket
your
here
shower thought
unless-
needs. Dora the
The
Explorer and
ShowerBot.
Internet Explorer
Know
take
what
the
is
same
a
amount of
bucket
time
and
to
what
process
isn't a
simple
bucket.
information.
I suppose
This
that
has
would
been your
explain a lot
shower
about
thought
your
for the day.
behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well,
Which
my
one of them
goodness,
is advanced
I think
is the
we have
real
to do something
question.
about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly.
Just take the
So
sign
much
down.
of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Oh, I gotta go to a bucket seminar? Oh my god, what?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
I love this
Simple
game.
enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Chat room, I'm gonna phone a friend. What should I do? 2-minute poll live now. Is it a bucket? Is it a bucket? Wow, this overlay is not seeable at all. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could show you the results. I'm gonna have to go to my reporter in the streets. Okay, the votes are coming in. We've got a solid over half the time left still. 73% of you think that this is not a bucket. 27% of you, 29% of you think that it is a bucket. There's still a minute left. Do not let your voice be silenced. Is this, or is it not, a bucket? The gap is closing a little bit. The votes for yes have increased. It's a 35-65 split, yes to no. Time is almost up. The results are locked in. 34-20. No to yes.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Good job, chat.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Chat room, I'm gonna need your help again. The poll is live. Bucket, yes or no? Take a long, hard look at it. Don't rush into any decisions. You've got another 40 seconds or so to vote. Is this a bucket? Things are a little closer this time. The votes are a little closer this time. We got a 39-62 split. 38-62 split right now. And the gap is shrinking. The gap is shrinking. Look at that handle. That does look like a bucket handle. It's hard to know. It's hard to know. It was close, but majority vote.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket.
No.
Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? You're hallucinating. This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
And listen, you guys are doing way better than I am.
Is this a bucket?
All right. I'll trust you guys. I'll trust you guys. Back to the chat room. Is this a bucket? Is this a bucket? So far, a unanimous 16 on yes. It's changing. We have 4 no's now. 82% yes. You guys have a full minute to place your votes. You don't have to rush into it. You can think about it. You don't have to rush into it. Is this a bucket? Notice its bucket-like features, such as the large back wheels and small front wheels, as is standard on buckets. The glass-windowed cabin of the bucket. The several hundred horsepower engine of the bucket. The gifted sub implying it is a bucket. The bucket seats. The votes are in.
Correct. This is...
I hate Twitch chat. You guys are 100% and I'm 0%.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
All right, chat. Item 6. Item 6. We have another item on the screen. It's uncertain whether this is or isn't a bucket. Take your time. You have some time. For the sake of simplicity, I want to make this easy for you guys. I'm going to go ahead and grab the other screen and put it on top of this screen. Feel free to analyze the bucket or the item on the screen. Take a long, hard look at the item on the screen while you're voting. You still have some time left. You still have some time left. You still have another 10 seconds or so to place those votes. Is this a bucket? The results leaning heavily towards no.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Didn't see that coming. I'm going to count it as a win still. Technically, chat.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next
technically,
one.
you didn't lose. You're still 100% in my eyes. Okay. The last poll, maybe, depending on depending on everything. Should I press the X? Or should I press the check mark? Fate is in your hands, chat room. 30 seconds. The yes is in the lead. A very slight lead for the yeses. All right. They have spoken.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
I believe that nothing is a bucket? Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry.
but I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait.
Oh no.
Was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go. Well, I'm quite feeling the lack of bumpscosity in here. Only a single bump's got it. Still, it'll have to do.
Oh my God. That's so funny. Can you make your custom rank? Is it a bucket? Yes. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. I can do that for you right now. It should be live in a couple of minutes. Chat room, I need 1 second of your time real quick. Sorry, I need 1 second of your patience real quick. Guys, don't panic. The bucket's right here. Don't panic. We will get it. We will get it. Don't panic.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Not with the bucket around.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
And then
Yeah.
back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
I like
What
Figlies.
name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by one? Let me
I do
see.
love seeing it go
I'm
up.
sure it will come to me.
What?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every
I didn't
time
even find this before I
pick
had
it
the
up.
bucket. I don't even know what this is supposed to be without the
How
bucket.
many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful.
How has this
because
not
as
gotten
soon as
old?
this
It's
gets out,
still so
there's going to
funny.
be a target on my back.
It's still so funny.
Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Bucket demons?
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together.
Oh. Interesting. Hey, there's solitaire on that computer.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to them, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
I didn't even find the Adventure Line before. Why is... Oh, I hate the baby. All right, Adventure Line. It's me and you, and also the bucket.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Not my bucket.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
I can't leave.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket.
I like how the
Quickly now.
bucket's the only
fans
thing
are
on the
waiting.
screen
Do it, the
not
fans,
shaking.
Stanley, give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
if it was a choice between killing the bucket and me and the bucket dying together, I made the right choice.
Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Wow.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
All these computers taking inputs, eh?
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just
Yo, what's up, what's
smiled.
up?
Anywhere they went
What's up, what's
together
up, what's
would be perfectly
up? What's up,
fine
y'all?
with him.
How you doing? Cliffy, thanks for the raid. Oh, look,
Stanley
Emmy's here
touched the
too.
bucket tightly to
Hey,
his
Emmy, thanks
chest
again for the raid
and
earlier. Sorry I
entered the
wasn't
door
here.
on his left.
Nice tip, bro. Nice monkey emote. I'm a really big fan, actually. Where have I not gone with the bucket? I haven't died with the bucket. My hot tip came in handy today. In Mario Sunshine? What was my hot tip in Mario Sunshine? Was it not to play it? Near a fireplace. I don't know where that could be either. Oh, that's right. I haven't not jumped off the lift. Oh, manta ray. That's right. Clean the square, do the
Coming to
mantas. That is a
staircase,
good.
Stanley and the
That is a
bucket
good
walked
method.
upstairs
Did you
to
use the spam
boss's
spray?
office.
Yeah, I don't know where a fireplace is though. Started this game this morning, loving it so far. Oh my god, dude!
Stepping into the
I
manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned
it came
to
into
discover
being
not
through
an
Plinko
indication
today,
of unhuman
and
life. Crushed
I've
by
been
the weight of
laughing
this
it up. I've been
revelation,
laughing up a
Stanley
storm for the
guessed
last couple
correct
hours.
goal
It's
by
so
sheer
good.
luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was
This
the
bucket gag is my
guiding him?
favorite thing of all time.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that
No, we
read,
didn't.
Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this
I'm assuming
hall,
that if I
Stanley
don't
and
pick up the bucket,
would
I can
both meet
play
a violent
the
death.
non-bucket version of the game as I go through.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
It's so interesting. And now that I found a couple of other new exits. Because, like, I never went into...
As the machine
I've never seen
whirred
the
into
adventure
motion,
line.
Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise. Stanley
And I never
reflected
jumped
on
off
how
the lift.
meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator. as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the
And the
enormous
bucket.
metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Stanley, throw the bucket. Let it live.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket. Welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and in darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Of course. A bucket with 2 handles? This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. 25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many. There's more than 25 here. The Inferno bucket, a replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains. No one can control a bucket. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Is this the never-ending hole? Oh.
But there is something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine.
No.
Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
I had to, for the bucket. For the bucket. For the bucket, I had to.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Yes, a good
Stanley
bucket.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the... No, never mind. The bucket was
Okay,
wrong.
I gotta actually cross.
Stanley took the door
the-
on his left
I did
to go
it for the
back to
bucket. That's the
meeting room.
oldest excuse in the book.
I gotta actually cross the
No,
gap this time.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Sorry, I had to send a little message. What do you want me to do, Bucket?
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
What if I don't? Okay.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
It's a nice apartment. Jazz music. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press O to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press B to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press C to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he
Adventure
took orders
awaits,
from,
the
me
adventure
he
line,
trusted
look.
and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press C to ignore anyone in your life except for me. Gladly.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press H to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say?
Jazz music.
Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press O to relive the same day with me over and over and
Oh my
over.
God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press B to go home, to work, to home, to work, to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Am I about to have intercourse with the bucket?
Stanley, give me the bucket.
Oh,
Give
no.
it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it, or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley? Oh
All
my,
of his co-workers were gone.
oh my God.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Oh my God.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered.
I can't think of any other escapes or any other scenarios I've done. I feel like I've done everything with the bucket. There's another ending in the room with the phone? Interesting. I also haven't found either of these collectibles.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Wait.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
What?
missed a memo.
Where am I? The fuck? What? What?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in
I'm
any
leaving the
way.
bucket for now because I haven't been here.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
It just brings me back in here? So the figurines are still a part of it.
Oh
no. Oh, no, 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 not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Can you point out a thing about the figurines? Sure. Bark, bark, bark.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
No fireplace, but there's one in the boss's office. It's too dark for me to see it. Is it usually there?
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Hooray.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read
No, he
Mind
didn't.
Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I feel like this ending is going to make a
The door
lot more
behind him
sense
was
now.
not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
I can't believe I found dog mode. I'm so happy about it. And whiteboard ending, I guess.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever.
I can't bark.
Stanley can't see
Oh,
the
never mind, I
bigger
can.
picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Bark.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
I love how much the bark echoes. in a battlefield fighting aliens, the action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intent. Alien base. Awesome. Early version of the lounge. Oh, yeah, the narrator emails. The apartment timer. In a previous version of the choice leading you to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking the phone would lead to a different ending. So, and I'm guessing the unplugging the phone is what you guys are talking about. Second version is functionally the same as what it is in the final game, but we want it to look more like a place where cargo is actually stored. Okay, first choice, obey, disobey. To confusion ending. I love that. Now that we understand it, more will there be. Yeah, right? I think now that we get what's happening in the game, all of this kind of becomes hints more than anything. Interesting. Freedom ending, yeah. I wonder why I had to set the clock when I started the game. I haven't noticed any reason for that to come into effect yet.
And he came to the lift. He traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice forever.
Bark, bark. Different versions of his office. I think I've seen everything here now. I think the cargo lift ending and the unplugging the phone ending are ones that I haven't seen regular style. I think those are two that I haven't seen regular style, but I have seen with the bucket.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Also, maintenance room?
Can you
Trying to
see
remember,
how much they
have
need
I done the
one
maintenance
another?
room without the bucket?
No,
Maybe not.
perhaps
I don't
not.
remember.
Sometimes these things
Is that where the
cannot be
adventure line
seen.
is? Because I definitely haven't done it if that's where the adventure line is.
You can still...
sitting there, Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
With time? Because it's not lined up, like, with the time of my clock. No, I didn't unplug the
Stanley came to a set of two open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Maybe the game
Perhaps he wanted to
detects
stop
my
by the
mic and
employee
hears
lounge
keywords
first,
and,
just
like,
to admire
inserts dialogue based on what I'm saying. But that's so
But
weird.
eager to get back to business,
The odds of
Stanley
most
took
people
the
playing this
first open
game
door on his
with a
left.
microphone on, not high.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So this without the bucket, right? The vent without the bucket, and unplugging the phone and going over there. Let's unplug the phone.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Did I go back to the place where it said no buckets allowed? Down here? Not yet.
You've forgotten
But I will.
about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life.
This is where the phone is, right?
She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You... Oh, no, you can't... Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person.
Oh my god.
But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Okay.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as
5 years
possible
of partnership.
before the narrative
4
contradiction
moist
gets any worse.
A handful of
Unfortunately,
WRs and a
it
couple
seems
thousand
this place
hours of
isn't
constant
well equipped to
entertainment.
deal with
I
reality.
appreciate you regardless of the ups and downs.
5 years, man. Thanks, Pat. I really appreciate it too, dude. I appreciate you sticking around for him. Number one, what? Number one, something with a D. It's open. Oh, of course it's open. I just left it. Okay, he's giving me no choices so far. Zero choices. Love it.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late. Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do?
Mad.
Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Oh, no. Oh, this is creepy.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, fine.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
The broom closet doesn't open.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
It's locked off. The choices have been removed. Bathroom's locked. Locked. Oh.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it.
Oh.
Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115. Night Shark 115.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
This game doesn't have Night Shark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Night Shark 115.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it. But you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
What?
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
So sad.
Wait,
Wow.
Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, No, the orders were still missing. For now.
Why is it so loud? By the window.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Nope.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust
Loading
in
dock
someone
B
else can
is
be
open.
difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
It's still there.
Now listen carefully, this
Red
is
and blue.
important. Stanley walked through the red door.
My.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly.
Yeah!
Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
The number
I
on the
would
end
tell you that I'm
is the
proud of
same as
you
the
for
number on the
collecting
start.
more, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Amazing. I'm so happy. Oh man, but red or blue? I'm gonna go blue.
Professor Oak,
He is Professor Oak.
and I am here to say,
Yeah, he is here to say
I study Pokemon.
he studies Pokemon.
Perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Can't force me what to
I
do.
still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the... Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh,
if we
what?
just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Whoa. What's happening above me? Am I gonna die? Is the narrator gonna kill me somehow? Getting smaller. Green. Well, that was pretty.
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Wow, what?
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there. Just stay here.
It is very pretty in here. It's very pretty in here.
No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die! What about this isn't getting through to you? No! Oh, thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
My movement speed is slower, though.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
It's very pretty.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
Sorry, man.
No. No. What are you doing, Stan? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? Yes, perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about. I know you'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you? No, perhaps not. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Yo, guilt trip not gonna work on me, narrator. Meow.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours. Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Wow, that was a dark ending.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please
I love this
indulge
debate
me
right
with
here.
one more trip back to the memory zone?
Oh, yeah.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
When Stanley found the collectibles. The secret basement. The secret figurine basement.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
That's too many.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
I can't, actually. I think it was here.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
That's true. That's true. Science has proven that.
What came next?
What?
Oh, yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
No. This is all wrong. Oh.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
best boy, the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else. And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all
The
of
original
them.
game
They're
came out in
all
2013, but
collected.
this is
It was
the
a
sequel.
moment
This one, the
unlike
Ultra
any
Deluxe
other,
version, came out like
except
a
for the
month
other
ago.
moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh, they both go the same way. Oh, I thought it was a jump circle.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone. No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
It is a good room.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one. This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this? Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on.
I still have 28
remember hating
remaining.
it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now.
Okay, I gotta save the other 25 in case we run into it again.
More memories.
One more jump, just for good measure. One more jump. Ah, that's so good.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one. And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
The cutscene?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then, somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions, he would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh my God.
All of his co-workers were gone.
This game, dude.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
There's a couple more
Perhaps he wanted
paths
to
I can
stop
think
by
of
the
that I haven't
employee
seen.
lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
Oh no. Loading.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Now what?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his
Adventure line
left.
is the only thing. If it's down
And
here,
so
it's
he
the only other thing I
detoured
can
through
think
the
of.
maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
This is the only zone I think I've not
But
done.
Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Okay.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
Okay.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay. Oh.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding?
Does that say pirate?
It's rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Look, it's Clippy. There are still quite a few more endings waiting for me.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You saw someone in the background?
All of his co-workers were gone.
This game, dude.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh.
Thank you.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
29 months. Time to start thinking about my future and wise investments. Moist 7 Moist buff.
Yeah, just keep on subbing. That's the best one you can do. But not anymore. Oh, what? Why was there a person? Yo, Governor Squirrel, I do appreciate it.
What? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere.
It's on Steam, Maz.
It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Let's find the story. Where could it be?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
What's this? I found something, though.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Now
Oh,
this...
no.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
Am I trying to 100% it?
Hard work,
Not
and it
necessarily.
Really paid off. So,
Just having
good
fun.
job.
Exploring endings.
Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Oh. I've never been in this room. The bucket's not here, though.
You see? The line knows where the story is.
I like
It's
how
over
it
in
goes
this
around
direction.
the boxes as if it
Onward,
needs
Stanley,
to dodge
to
them.
destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct?
So,
hang on.
These are low
Way
numbers.
back there? Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Who is employee 432? And why?
Wait, cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Oh my god.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
We do still have the adventure line.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
Wow.
We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Sure.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine. Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important
Oh, I'm
we
loving it,
mustn't
Jolly.
squander
It's so
the
good.
opportunity.
It's
In fact,
so
I
fun.
believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
The confusing ending.
Hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on.
I don't like that.
I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
Find the confusion ending schedule. That's
So-
really funny.
Okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Didn't like that.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
A line.
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. Okay. Business strategy.
Here's the door, just go. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door.
I'm confused about the confusing ending, which seems
How
like a
long was he
natural
sitting there? Stanley wondered
way
to
for
himself.
things to pan
Minutes?
out.
Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
We saw the
Stanley
line.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first.
And it's not
just
there
to
this
admire
time.
It.
Doing bucket list runs?
It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley
Yeah,
took the
I got
first
the
open
bucket
door
before
on
I
his
found
left.
out, like, there's still a lot of stuff I didn't see without the bucket.
And
So
he
I'm doing
detoured
some
through
bucket
the maintenance
lists.
section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here.
Gotta adjust the bump viscosity.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
If you don't mind spoilers, you finished the confusion ending. Oh, okay. Well, it worked. It definitely worked.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it true. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the... And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked...
Ooh, unplug the phone with the bucket. Yeah, let's do that. That's the only one we haven't done with the bucket that I can think of. Wait, hold on.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
What? Are you sure I'm done with the confusion ending? The narrator's been awfully silent.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything.
Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed.
Yeah, let's do the phone unplug. I guess, yeah, there's probably... Because I never found whatever this baby ending is, either.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
The rocket ending? Yeah, that sounds unfamiliar.
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
It is funny.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Oh, my God.
It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random.
As loud as possible.
And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
I love the videos.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Oh. Okay.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure.
The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke.
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Here we go. You
oh,
ready?
The bucket did lose its
When Stanley
sticker.
and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud? Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Or not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and watch that instructional video again. Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket
Oh
you
my
are.
God.
No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
What? There's so many buttons. It's chanting buttons in the background. They unpress after a while. Gotta turn the bumpscosity up. I don't have any idea. I don't know what to do, if anything, except for maybe just restart the game. I don't want to go back to button heaven. I don't like button heaven.
Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
What? What?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find...
I'm gonna listen to it. I'm gonna listen to it. Buttons. Crows, crows, crows. I feel what?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was...
I didn't mean to skip it. I was just trying to refocus on the game from
all of his
happening.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
New.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
What? Why is that? What? That's never been there before. Do it again and set it to 420? Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way
It's
to
a
the
really
meeting
good game,
room, and
Robo
Stanley knew
Beggins.
it
It's
perfectly
really
well.
funny.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person.
Is that
here
all it wanted
either.
me to restart the game
Feeling
for?
a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code.
It was boarded up, and then after restarting, it was unboarded up.
He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Well, I feel as though I've exhausted most of what I want to do with this game for now, and in general. I know there's probably a good chunk left that I didn't see, but I'm getting pretty sleepy.
He felt a bit peculiar. It was a
little
stirring
tired
of
of
emotion
this
in his
loop.
chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Care for a tip? Sure.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room.
Your favorite ending is the red blue room, then blue door
What
3
horrible
times?
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
When I went to the red
Did
blue
he
room, I
have the strength
repeatedly
to
entered the
find
blue
out?
door until it took it away. I just don't know if it, maybe there's other paths. I'm curious about the baby path.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee.
It was
in the
behind
building.
me.
Stanley.
Oh, really? Okay, let's go do that then, because I'd like to see whatever happens
All
there.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No inputs needed.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's
All
someone
this
you've been neglecting,
time.
Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
Nope.
Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through
I like
the
how
red
it even gets highlighted in
door.
the subtitles. It's
All
funny.
right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. Ooh. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a... Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
.3% of players skipped the intro sequence. Only the worst 3% of players chose the blue door.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
I don't understand. Is 5 good or 5 bad?
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Is that... Wait a minute. That's not rated R, is it? The resemblance of the voice is uncanny. I wonder what the longest anyone has done this baby game is. All right.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
Nice job, bot. Yo, Space Vixen, thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, guys.
Yes. This seems
Welcome
like
to the late night crew.
Let's give it a shot.
Oh my god, no way.
Fascinating.
What do you think
Put
this
us
game
in
is about,
fucking
Stanley?
Firewatch.
What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it
Why
seems
did it
obvious
do
to me
this?
that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating
God,
venture
this
into
is
the experience
hilarious.
of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
You're kidding. They built a whole little... Oh my god. This is ridiculous. I'm glad I've played Firewatch. It's not made by the same people, is it? Is Firewatch made by the same studio? It's not, right? They're just making fun of some other game. Wait, you got a different game? They programmed more than one game into it? Maybe it's based on how long you keep the baby alive. That's ridiculous. Oh my god.
Oh no. No, it can't be.
Oh,
it is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call.
Ultra Deluxe uses new games. I see.
That thing, that big open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
This is so funny.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
Oh my god. I'm gonna go into the blue goal.
What exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I
Oh
think
my
surely
god.
we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball.
Oh, wait.
Have fun.
Oh, I'm fast now. Oh, it just fell in?
Are you doing... Hold on. What are you doing?
Hey, me too.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
I don't know where I am now. I miss the bucket too. The bucket makes me feel safe. Hey, it's my office, 427. It just looks all weird.
I wonder what he found.
If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
I can wait. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone.
What could it mean?
Stanley
Okay, I'm going to close and open the game and do the time thing again. I love that there's the Settings World Championship achievement. So funny. How about yeah, let's see another slider or two. I'm down. Show me what you got. Show me what you got in the world of sliders. Until the computer is barely visible. It said friends, not lovers. The Roman numeral for 9 is fine, but... Oh, shit. Which of the two made-up words below is most appealing to you? Occubonical or scrumtush? Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. What is time anyway? No. Yeah, I haven't told you a lot. Okay. Absolutely. I gotta see more of what's happening with this opening screen. There is an ending for playing the baby game for over 4 hours? That's hilarious. What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job, and now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can, and I still don't really know you, and you don't know me. And neither of us know what time is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you can find me. Talk soon. Epilogue? Many, many years later. There are no walls. I'll walk towards the sun. Still can't jump. Oh. I'll walk towards the moon. It is nice music. It's like some Lion King shit. Oh. The House of Memories. Has it been forgotten? Cookie Nine's blog. Oh my god. The bad reviewer. I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with the sequel. When the first game teamed with originality, Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? What are the new settings about? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we are getting uninspired side quests, collecting figurines. Even this version feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting and welcoming. Pet Pals Press. Cat dog friendship will last forever. We got pretty close. Oh my god. That's so funny. It's the gym button. No more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want. Reads the press release. We thought we could have a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Some sort of ad for a green soda. Oh, the collectibles. Look at them. There's more than 6. 26. Nice. One of the buttons says Stanley. Oh, did it? Oh, I missed it. Hello? It's nice to see you. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. It's not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground and drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me just show you. Together we're going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title to on the screen. We need a really dumb subtitle for the game, something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Stanley Parable 3. Liquid Champion. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1 and we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, it'll never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content, recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with the plan? Let's do it. And you know what? Since you've put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. All right, there. The achievement machine is all fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. Are you ready? I'm ready. You are playing the Stanley Parable 3 Liquid Champion. Nice. Cool car. Cool car. I'm surprised the settings didn't ask me to adjust the bumpscosity. Oh my god. The achievement machine is fixed, but I don't know how to get back to it ever. Without, like, resetting game data fully.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I'm sorry. I'm skipping it. I'm sorry, narrator.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Why is this here? If it fully reset, then the new content. Oh, yeah. Yeah, return to the Stanley Parable 2 Exploration Hall. Okay. Or not Exploration Hall, Expo Hall. Narrator's awfully quiet.
You see, Stanley,
there we go.
I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
I really like the whole the most.
Ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
I don't know if I can bring the bucket here.
I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover.
I don't know if I found all the endings, but I know I found a lot of them.
New experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some...
Why does the collectible look so sad?
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. As you can see, the machine is...
It worked. I got it.
What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Nice.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Yeah, this was my favorite gag for sure.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done.
I think my favorite ending is
This is in fact
when the telephone in the bucket. I think that might be my favorite ending.
infinite falling. You can fall until the end of
Let's see if we can bring the bucket into there.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Wait, we get the bucket in there. Of course you can carry the bucket around in there. That's the whole place you get the bucket. Wait, What if we
All of his
bring the
coworkers
bucket
were gone.
to the other bucket?
Stanley
Hold on, I gotta
decided
see
to
what
go to the
happens.
meeting room. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace.
Gentle embrace.
Protective, yet- Oh, new content? What does that mean? New content.
Double bucket. Double bucket. Multi-bucket.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Why am I getting not the expo
Stanley
hall?
Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens
First
and
time here
expands
with
the
the
world
bucket
of
is
Stanley
why, I
Parable,
see.
delighting audiences
I'm gonna let
the world over.
this play for just a second. I need to grab some cereal.
Step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Wait, Stanley. I've just now realized. That bucket you're holding, it's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did you get your hands on it? Isn't this the preview to the sequel? How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all. Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas for the sequel? I don't remember doing that at all. You're seeing things all out of order. All right, let's see, it's the jump circle?
That's it. Don't want to waste them. Gotta save some jumps in case, you know, in case they come in handy later.
The infinite hole, the giant door, did you see them already? Stanley, none of them are ready yet. I'm still developing them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting? Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be? Had I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game? Wait, if you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correctly. Yes, you carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish. The bucket is the exciting and captivating new content that I promised. I did it! I win! I made a sequel to the Stanley Parable! Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you, clinging tightly to the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers. It is a sweet salve of victory on my soul. Thank you for enjoying the new content. The bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are one and the same. There is no Stanley Parable without the bucket. I win, 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 I win. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps
Bucket needs bucket.
Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need. You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
All right, here we go.
Wait, there are 2 buckets here? How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me? Stanley! Oh, thank God, I didn't lose you, Stanley. The power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them. I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
I don't think I can. That's too far. That's too far. Despicable. Despicable. The worst timeline.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
All right, I think we're done with Stanley Parable. Except for I want to open it one more time to see what the Stanley Parable 4 subtitle is. More water. Can I check if the bucket's back in the office? I can.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No. No, surely not.
The bucket's good. We can't have Stanley Parable 4 More Water Edition without a bucket. That would be absurd. That would be ridiculous. That'd be ridiculous. That would be ridiculous. Guys, we are approaching the end of the 4th day of Moistathon. I feel sleepy enough to start the nighttime routine, brush my teeth, all that jazz. So I am gonna do that. Yeah, because I want to be up earlier than I was today for tomorrow. I want us to have a nice full final day of Moistathon action. I do want to check real quick to see how we're doing on giveaway stuff. Yo, Kicknack, thanks so much for the gifters. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Drive. I want to see how many prize packages have been claimed thus far. 120, not bad. Dang, we got a lot of package 2 gang. Over 60 package 2 gang. Da 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 do 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 do. Just filling the bucket with subs. You love to see it, dude. You'll love to see it. You'll love to
Moist
see
7
it.
for the bucket. Also, thanks for an amazing Moistathon. Moist.
What's this? And am I eligible? This is... Yeah, you are actually. You're eligible for package 1, but you are. Emily, thank you again. And I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Do resubs not increase the sub count? Well, if you're already subbed and you're like just announcing your resub, it won't change the sub count, no. Like if you're not subbed and you resub, then yes. But if you're like already subbed and then your resub happens, because it's not like this many subs happened in the time frame, it's the number to reach of current subs before, you know what I mean? But anyway, Moistathon package, exclamation point Moistathon. Here, let me show you. This guy right here in this document, you've got details on the loyalty prizes. You have over a year of sub, Surly Q, so you are eligible for package 1, which includes a card, a pin, and a sticker. All you need to do is head over to the Discord, go to the sub-only channel, and check the pinned messages. You'll have a sign-up sheet there. Anyone else who matches any of the criteria, being 12 months or 20 gifted, so if you're currently under 12 months but you would still like a package, it is possible. Or cheers, or you can have cheers. Yeah, anyway. And I didn't notice I have this on the screen, so I apologize about that. Is this a bucket? And then, yeah, if you've been 30 months subbed, you're eligible for everything above with an additional pin, an additional fancy pin. And if you really, 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 really want it, there are other criteria that are possible to reach it. If I can qualify for package 1, you can. Yeah, you're in there, S'morebread. You're in there, Surly Q's in there. of all the recent chatters that I can see for sure that are in there. Ooh, Hamster Bob, you're close. You're 2 months off, unfortunately. Kignag's in there. Aurora is in there. Yeah. I can't too? Yeah. Have you not already, Puzzles? Yeah, you're in there. I am a consumer whore and I've purchased my way to T2. Sent me a DM. Sounds good. I'll peep it. I will peep it. Oh, I like this remix. Goldenrod City. I really like Goldenrod City's song. All right. Let's get the transition to Couch Gang working. I'm gonna unplug the mic for a second. I'm gonna get wireless mic on. Hello, hello. Good. That was focused on Polly earlier. Nice. This is still working. I love when it still works. Had a blast lurking with Night Gang. Have a good night, everybody. Yeah, you too, Haribo. It's been a fun one. This was a fun day. Just a ton of Elden Ring, followed by a ton of Stanley Parable. This was a really good day. This was really fun. I really enjoyed myself. I'm glad. It seems like you guys enjoyed yourselves too. At least the majority of the nighttime crew. Okay, Ted, you gotta unplug a thing. Nice. That didn't break it yet. Hold on. Okay, good. The Go XLR did not break there, as it has so many times previously tonight. What's up? It's me, Living Room Nick. All right, living room mic connected. Good. Let me head back to the PC, turn off my studio lights, turn off my camera. Just do some general upkeep. Yeah, that game was so incredibly worth playing. I'm super glad we did it.